Yes, and of course Djokovic is looking to become just the 6th man to win 3 major titles in the same year in the Open era. Beat Murray in the Australian. Of course, Wimbledon was the win over Rafa. Federer's done it 3 times. It's heady company with Laver, Connors, Wilander and Nadal, of course, winning 3 last year. I mean, the stats, and it's endless, isn't it, what we could bring into this match through. You try and pick out the ones that you think are pretty special and relevant to the match, but let's hope it lives up to its billing. Sometimes finals in all sports can be a little bit anticlimactic because you never know who's going to turn up on the day.
Well, and also so many of the matches, the vast majority of matches in the Open era, and I think this goes back to the beginning of the US Championships, as they were called before the US Open, are won in 3 sets. There are more 3-set matches than there are 4 sets, and I think in the Open era there have only ever been 5 5-set matches, the last being the Del Potro-Federer match. So what does that tell you? It tells you that whoever wins the first set has a jolly good chance of winning the tournament.
Yeah.
Obviously people have come back from 1 set to love down, but coming back from 2 sets to love down is a real rarity. It's only been done 5 times in the history of the tournament. So whoever's going to win this, chances are he better win the first set.
Yeah. And it's interesting, in majors, in their head-to-heads through, and then in Davis Cup and so on, they've never gone to 5 sets. It's either 3 or 4 sets to one or t'other. So it'll be fascinating.
Obviously, we'd love it to go to 5, as the Federer Djokovic match did, because then everybody gets the most out of it, and undoubtedly it would be a rip-roaring final set. Possibly the only person who doesn't want it to go to 5 is the umpire.
Yeah. From Portugal, Carlos Ramos, that is. Djokovic is on his way after the pre-interview. Nadal already waiting to enter the ring. Brian Early, tournament referee. He's had a pretty hectic fortnight through.
He has. There'll be many a post-mortem after this tournament.
Will we see Brian Early back here next year as the referee? There's speculation that maybe not. But eventually, it's come down to the final match of the US Open 2011. Nadal against Djokovic. The top 2 players in the world, who between them have won the last 6 majors. Fitting that, I feel, that 2 players that want to win every point in every match they play for the entire year are the ones that are battling it out for the final major of the year.
It's certainly been a turnaround for Djokovic, hasn't it? Because that didn't always apply to his attitude towards matches. But since Serbia won the Davis Cup, and since a recovery of his serve, he really has given his all just about in every single match he's played. Only lost twice this year.
And one of those a retirement.
Yeah.
And when you think a year ago, Nadal coming in, he'd won 2 majors. He was the man dominating. He was clearly the best player in the world. I mean, it is a staggering turnabout, which Djokovic at the start of this year, as we see confirmation of the conditions, he really could not wait for the year to start after the euphoria of taking the Davis Cup back to Serbia.
Which is wonderful, and a real, of course, compliment to the Davis Cup. Long may it last.
The Unisphere, symbol of the World Trade Fair years ago. It's a big roof, if one ever was to be put on top of Arthur Ashe, that's for sure. Whether they redevelop the courts to the left of your picture, the Louis Armstrong, which was downsized as the main show court with the arrival of the Arthur Ashe Stadium court, and Grandstand, which sits just alongside it. Who knows?
Yes, the Arthur Ashe complex, of course, itself, that main centre court, built more recently, but otherwise this was all constructed within a year. The Forest Hills, which is only about 5 kilometers away from here, over to the right-hand side, finished in 1977, and within a year they'd had the Flushing Meadows complex, subsequently renamed, of course, the Billie Jean King Tennis Center, constructed. The president of the USTA at the time, Slew Hester, got on his, well, he got on an express train in order to get this built within a year.
amazing. Tapeless are Djokovic's hands.
I'd like to have seen what was written on his cap, because he came on with a dark cap. It may have been something to do with New York, you know, something like the New York Police Department, or because he's now taken it off, and the cap that he wore for part of the match against Federer is in view.
Emotional day yesterday.
It certainly was, yes. And it may have been that sort of cap that he was wearing, a tribute to the fire department.
It's become a feature, isn't it, watching Nadal? Like a boxer getting ready before the first belt, the sprint back. Heads is the call from Djokovic. Nadal won the spin of the coin and has chosen to serve with the spin of the coin by Carlos Ramos of Portugal, the honour of chairing the final. One of the greatest competitors the sport's ever seen, Nadal. He's becoming it as well, Djokovic. The mind strength is, well, as they say in these parts, pretty awesome. Just 24 years old is Djokovic. Has an apartment in Monte Carlo. He got the ranking of #1 on the 4th of July. And what a year it's been. 5,000 series. He's the first man ever to achieve that in a season. Of course, he won the Australian again and Wimbledon. Lost to Federer in the semi-final of the French, which is pretty much really his only loss, having retired against Murray in Cincinnati final. And his results here, well, it's taken Federer or Nadal to beat him in recent years. Of course, runner-up last year to Nadal, beaten by Federer before that in the semis, as Nadal has, and it takes an exceptional performance these days to get anywhere near Djokovic. And the man from the Rock, yet again winning the French, his 6th. Monte Carlo and Barcelona on his beloved clay. But all those finals, Wimbledon, Miami, Indian Wells, Rome and Madrid, he suffered at the hands of his opponent today. Defending champion, of course. With semi-finals in 08 and 9. This is his 2nd final here in a row. His 14th major final to the 6 of Djokovic. And he's looking for his 11th major, Nadal, to level the great Rod Laver and Bjorn Borg on that number. Roy Emerson, of course, won 12. Sampras, 14. And Roger Federer, 16. They've played many, many times. There's not a lot they don't know about each other. But it's the 5 wins, including the one at Wimbledon, that is probably the difference between them in the mind, if nothing else, for him.
Oh, that's exactly right. It's those recent encounters, and they're not in minor tournaments. They've all been pretty big tournaments. Wimbledon, of course, the biggest. And consequently, the bruising left by Djokovic's victories on Nadal, the most, if not permanent, they've certainly been left there. And he's somehow, by winning the first set, of course, that could be an immediate tonic for Nadal.
For Federer, Fruit, he looked unbelievably downcast, and as you say, not necessarily as we normally hear him in press conferences after a loss. Can he rebound?
Well, he's confounded me over the last couple of years. I mean, he won the Australian after I thought he would probably never win another major, only because you do so much, and even though you're telling yourself that you're going to work hard and try hard, there's that little bit in you that says, you know, I've done so much, and of course everybody else is hunting you down, that it's very difficult to maintain it. So it doesn't surprise me that Federer's had these losses, and he's going to keep trying. He's going to be there and thereabouts, but of course in the interim people fear him less, and that is a huge difference.
It's the first time since 02 he's finished a year without a major, Federer. But boy, the support he gets still, what he's done for the game, the ambassador that he still is, as this man is. Djokovic, he's a way to go on that front. Tennis, no. The mind, no. Ambassador, there's a few things that he could change. Maybe that would take away the killer instinct a little, who knows, with Djokovic.
Yes, you just don't know what happens when you sort of change what seems to be your natural characteristics, but as you rightly suggest, Djokovic, he's a very bright individual. I think people can in time warm to him, but I feel today, just as in the match between Djokovic and Federer, the crowd was very, very, very pro-Federer. I have a feeling today they will be much more pro-Nadal than they will be Djokovic. So he's going to have to fight, if I'm right, not only Nadal, but the crowd again. But he seems capable of doing that these days, which says a lot for him.
The USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Centre, now named, of course, after Billie Jean. Champion equality in gender, not just in tennis, but in all walks of public life, was, as I mentioned earlier in the tournament.
Yes, a magnificent all-round player, Billie Jean. And, of course, Arthur Ashe, a winner here in 1968, beat Tom Ocker in a 5-set final. Carlos Ramos, a very engaging umpire, a man who speaks quite a few languages, but like Djokovic in that respect, fluent English, fluent Spanish as a Portuguese. Of course, that comes almost second nature to the Portuguese.
We were also talking through about the fact that the Nadal serve that you've been banging on about has not really improved that much. I mean, on the left court serving to Djokovic, when he goes for that slider, I mean, Djokovic has dealt with the return just outstandingly and really inflicted some damage with that shot. Will we see more body serves and tee serves from Nadal on the left court, do you think?
Well, I'd still like to see him go for the left court a lot, but of course what he's got to find is a lot more width. He's got to serve it up the block and really push Djokovic out well beyond the alley of the, as they call it here, or the tram lines. And then the court is exposed. Even if Djokovic does make a bullet-like return, Nadal's in a good position to win the point, to hit his favorite shot, the forehand down the line, or to wrong foot Djokovic as Djokovic looks to get back into the center of the court to control matters. If he can't hit that serve, which he's done occasionally, so I don't expect him to hit it much. And obviously if he goes to the backhand and Djokovic is punishing him, he's then got to change up. He tends to like to go down the middle anyway. And you're right. I mean, a lot of body serves may be the right tactic for him. Try and tie Djokovic up with his two-handed game in the body. You know, he's only averaging something like, he can't average more than 3 or 4 aces, well, a match. That's generally over the course of the year. If the matches were played over 5 sets, he's not going to average more than maximum 7 or 8 aces a match. Whereas Djokovic, even Djokovic, averages much more than that. So he's not going to find that, I'm sure, today, Nadal. And as you perhaps suggest, he's got to then use the serve a bit more cleverly.
The last few nervous moments. It's mouth-watering. So for the 4th year running, it's the 15th day of the US Open. It's a repeat final of 2010. Novak Djokovic reversing the fact that a year ago Nadal was king. It's Djokovic, #1 in the world, beaten by Nadal here last year in the final, who is the defending champion. The atmosphere already before a ball is struck is fabulous for both men. Rafael Nadal won the spin of the coin and elected to serve.
Play.
Caught the line. Another key shot exchange, isn't it?
It is. A lot of players like to play Nadal wide on the forehand side. Ferrer, who lost to Roddick here, did it very successfully against him here 1 year and beat him. One of the reasons I felt that Nadal would have been very pleased to have seen Roddick beat Ferrer, his fellow Spaniard. Djokovic has got an outstanding backhand down the line.
You think the score was 5 all in the third or something?
Yes, a 19-stroke point. Djokovic, I thought, had an opportunity to use his backhand down the line fairly early on in that rally, probably regretting the fact that he didn't.
Well, I think that's about even on the crowd support.
Pretty ideal conditions, really. Enough breeze to ruffle the hair, but not enough really to move the ball about too much.
When you've only lost 2 matches in a year, one of those is retirement, you just don't expect him to miss shots like that. I know it's early, but he's played that well. That's solid. It's amazing that Nadal has only 4 match wins behind him for the year, but 59 wins. He's had 10 losses though, Nadal. Half of those to this fella. Fabulous. Drops in. And Nadal wins a pretty keen opening game. Interesting, Fru, again, you were talking to me before the match, thinking about Nadal using more air on his shots.
And he did exactly that, didn't it? Particularly on the forehand, of course. He's not going to do it much on the backhand side. That's where I think he wants to cut out the single-handed slice. He wants to play as many 2 hands as he can possibly do. Because if he gets into a rhythm of hitting that 2-hander well, it is that much better for him. But I think it's a clever play to play the looped forehand. We saw at one stage there Djokovic struggling a bit to get on top of it. I don't think it's essential, really, that Djokovic will struggle, because I think he can take the ball early. But if he lets the ball bounce up high, he is going to struggle, and it's going to enable Nadal to get back into the point, and it's also going to enable him to perhaps seek a short ball from Djokovic on Djokovic's next shot.
Interesting, after that first game, average rally length 10 shots. I mean, one of the most remarkable matches in all their head-to-heads was in Madrid in the semi-finals of 09. 7-6 in the third. Nadal won 11-9 in the breaker, saved a match point. That was 4 hours for 3 sets in the most extraordinary match of the highest quality. It was never ending. Didn't have much left for the final, Nadal, but understandably. That's when Nadal had the stronger mind, I guess. Is that in? I think it is.
Well, he played a succession of balls which cleared the net by, well, almost a metre and a half, I would think. It slowed the game down a bit, and then when he had the opportunity, a good bit of wrong footing. Must have got the outside of the line.
Djokovic looked at both line judges, didn't he? Wasn't wide and it wasn't long.
It's enough to give you a sore neck, that. He's certainly using a lot of the single-handed slice, which I thought would not be a good idea, but in fact he's actually played it pretty well, keeping it deep. Djokovic, I think his most improved shot is his cross-court forehand.
Even more than the serve?
Yeah, because he had that serve when he first won the Australian, but he didn't have the cross-court forehand.
First chance goes to Nadal.
Djokovic lost his serve 3 times against Federer. Good mixture by Nadal. The loop, the slice. He's not trying to hit too hard as he did at Wimbledon.
Nadal gets the initiative. After 11 minutes, it's 2-love.
Yes, clever play, certainly mixing it up. There's none of the real attempt at slogging Djokovic off the court as we saw at Wimbledon, giving himself much margin for error. Djokovic a little tentative to the backhand slice.
Urgency straight away from Djokovic. It's like a boxer's just given him a low blow that he's responding to.
And so often players respond very aggressively, even look to take to the net, where prior to that they've been content really to play from the back of the court. So often happens on break points as well, break point down particularly.
That is meaty.
Yes, I think it's often not realized. Look there at Marian Vida, the Slovak coach, winner of a couple of tournaments on the tour himself, Vida. It's often forgotten that people know Nadal hits the ball hard on the forehand, very, very hard, and they assume he actually hits harder than anybody else, but not true. Somebody like Djokovic hitting a flat forehand will actually hit his faster, I believe, than Nadal will hit his.
Uncle Tony, former top tenor, agent alongside Costa. Three break-back points for Djokovic. It's interesting with the two camps too. I mean, Tony's obviously been coaching Nadal since he was 4, but the trust and support they have with their teams. Vida, he's been in the camp since June '06. It's a real team for the individual performance.
No first serve in yet from Nadal in this game.
Listening, and with that one down the tee scoring,
at a pretty good pace, 127 miles an hour. You've got the ready change Reckner in your brain, I know. For our many European viewers,
204 Ks, 204.47 if you want to be exact.
he's just got an amazing mind, folks. How he calculates those, I don't know.
That's why it's important to go to school. You've got to learn how to read.
Look at Djokovic's look of despair. He really didn't get hold of that second serve.
I just think his backhand return is in a different league compared to his forehand.
Well, this is what it was. He just mishit it.
He's going for the body serve, wasn't he? This is going to be interesting. Where does he hit the second serve? It's long. Djokovic breaks straight back. Honours even. 1-2 first set. Wonderful atmosphere from the crowd. It really is different today, with the crowd let in for the 15th day. Stosur playing yesterday against Serena Williams. What a win that was. The first Australian woman to win a major since Yvonne Goolagong won at Wimbledon in 1980, and just the second Australian woman in the Open era to win the US Open. Margaret Court winning it 3 times in 69, 70 and 1973. Well done, Sam Stosur. Fru's pick at the start of the tournament, incidentally, Sam Stosur.
Well, one of the reasons is that she's got that terrific kick serve, and as we saw there, that ball getting up very high on Djokovic. These courts, DecoTurf is what they use here. The ball bounces pretty high. Finish to the courts is US Open blue.
It's that Lupia one again. Difficult to make pace off no pace.
You might be interested in the rest of the court. The very bottom of the court is a concrete or an asphalt sub base. They then put on top of it an acrylic filler course. Then there's heavy rubber cushion, and finally, before the US Open paint, a fine rubber cushion.
First ace of the match. 6'2". He's an inch taller than Nadal, Djokovic, or 3 centimeters at 188. Oh, it's in. What a point that was. They're probing, they're pushing, they're experimenting.
Nadal off the ground looks the more confident in his ability to hit good shots than Djokovic. 20th stroke of the point. Djokovic seems to me to be a little nervy of really hitting his backhand. I think he ought to be looking to take it a bit earlier. He's waiting for the ball to come onto him.
2 more break points.
See the way he played that forehand, which I believe is now definitely his best shot. Taking the ball pretty early, catching Nadal on the stretch, and that's what he should be really looking to do on his backhand side. And I've seen him do it in the past. I suppose they're centering on the umpire because of Djokovic's ball bouncing.
20 seconds you're allowed between points. When will the big clock be courtside ticking down? It's there, of course, in a lot of other sports in the States. All these little mini battles, part of the overall. Testing the mind, and is it going to be my day? Djokovic, of course, has been banging on all year. Whatever the situation, however far I'm down, I believe I can win. He proved that against Federer in what he calls one of, well, it's the match of this year for him and one of the best in his career. Fabulous.
Well, he's certainly a changed man in terms of tactics, using the loop one very, very effectively. Djokovic has got to decide whether he's going to play these a little earlier. You can see him, he's even off the ground as he plays that. Can't get the force behind it, and it enables Nadal to play his creme de la creme.
Third break point of the game. Brilliantly saved.
And when he was first winning the Australian Open, that was the serve that he used most effectively, particularly at stages like this. It's something that Nadal hates, the fact that he can't do as well as many others. Save break points with one big shot. And when he changed equipment, Djokovic, he lost that serve. As you said, he began bowling the ball.
It was extraordinary to see it, wasn't it? Close. No challenge. They've hit a lot of lines already, these guys.
Well, it's not that he's one-dimensional, but you can certainly see the danger on the forehand. It was difficult for Nadal to pick because he's been going mainly cross-court. Just 2 or 3 he's hit that off forehand, whereas the backhand really has not made the inroads.
Always wonder how often they study matches that they've played with the best players in the world, winning or losing. Murray, for example, surely must study his match against Nadal. for the matches that lie ahead if he's going to win his first major. Times you have to be an actor. They're on a stage. How you react to missing shots on big points against players you believe you can beat compared to your reaction against players you're not so sure you're going to beat them. So act it out and it comes naturally fine. But because that's a lovely battle to watch here, apart from the shots that are being hit. How they deal with missed opportunities, it's what makes all sport fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, that mental side, of course, they'll so often say is so important, an intrinsic part of the game.
Well, the wind has picked up in the last couple of minutes. That's a big hold from Djokovic. 3 break points saved. It's 2-all, 4 games in just under half an hour.
Well, it seemed to be just about all forehand and a few big serves from Djokovic, the most improved parts of his game. That last backhand was a lot better. Why? Because he was looking to come into the net behind it, so he took the ball that little bit earlier, and his whole movement was forward into the ball, where he's been standing off a lot of the other backhands. Nadal must surely be looking to play the backhand side.
It's a wonderful atmosphere. It's like the People's Monday at Wimbledon. After Ivan Izovic. What a day that was. It's another here in New York. With the atmosphere, there's almost an argument not to build a roof. Not much of one, though. First double in the match.
Two men who serve very, very few double faults. I think the only person who will serve over the course of a year, perhaps a career, fewer double faults would be Federer. Unless you get some guy down at 350 who hits the serve at 50 kilometers an hour.
I hope the man ranked 350 in the world isn't listening. There's Brian early on the left. He's got sweaty palms. I don't think it's because of the match. It's because of the tournament that he's been presiding over. Still say it, ironic that his name is Early. Is that a correction? Yeah, Ramos has intervened. So does Nadal challenge? Microphone was off. Nadal didn't hear it. And he is challenging. So he's challenging Carlos Ramos here. First one for the electronic review system to sort out. Well done, Carlos Ramos. Probably held his breath for a while.
Well, it was a shot, obviously, that should have been hit with the backhand, but he's just not got the belief in his backhand side that he has in the forehand, Djokovic. A point which should have been his.
Wow.
Well, it was a wonderful tango, and of course it takes two to tango. There were two players in this. It's never a Djokovic match without a backhand drop shot, and how well Nadal did to get to it. Just not quite the flexibility on the volleying skills that some have, but what flexibility in the Spaniards' game.
The effort that's going in here from the camps, the players, the crowd. It's 2-all first set. Back to that first set you talked about, Fru. Hugely important. Wind is picking up, and there's a bowl here, isn't there? It's much more difficult to play on the ash when there's wind around than any other court here. You'd think it would have the most protection, but far from it. And there's not much hiding place to that forehand. It's pouring off Nadal already. Never got right for that shot, Nadal. It's hotting up. There's 90% humidity today. Saved 3 break points himself, Djokovic, in his last game. Chance for the serve to go a break up. Just sensational from both men. They're already standing, plenty of them. Djokovic 3-2, first set with the break. Some final point of that last game through.
So some magnificent tennis. I think in the match between Federer and Djokovic in the first set, we didn't have one deuce. We've had 2 already here, and it almost seems that by this stage of the Federer-Djokovic match, they'd have been halfway through the second set. And as you said, they've only played 5 games. Nadal's changed his shirt.
Yeah. He literally peeled it off. Some match developing here. If they can keep it up. Djokovic was a breakdown. love to. He's won 3 games in a row and leads with the break now, 3-2, first set.
Thank you.
Of course, they got the power to hit through any wind that there might be, these two. And very often in the wind, a slice can be effective, but not that one has to consider that just yet. The wind is there, but it's not particularly strong. It's a postage stamp from up there, isn't it?
Yeah. From one end, the court looks narrower than the other from that shot.
Yes, I always seem to be on the wide end playing my opponents. Pity, it was a terrific backhand.
The white towel preferred by many of the players because it's more absorbent. The new ones, they're beautiful looking towels, but they're never washed first. They don't absorb anything. And you end up, you haven't shaved, with a lot of the towel on your stubble. That loopier one to a length again, causing damage. The amount of spin on the ball.
Yes, and of course that's one of the reasons why he doesn't hit the ball as hard as some players, Nadal. But it doesn't mean it's an easy shot to deal with. It's immensely difficult, naturally, I imagine. I've never faced it because of all the spin and the hop that it takes off the court. And Djokovic really should have been looking to play a little safer than he did there. He was trying to build a mountain out of a molehill.
Just wide.
Well, the wind is beginning to have an effect on the game. There's no doubt about that.
Wasn't forecast to be as windy as this today.
So we're going to have to make allowance here for some of the unforced, what look like unforced errors, perhaps forced by the wind.
He meant that. The net aiding, of course.
Yes, I think Djokovic doing the right thing, just getting out of the way of this.
Yes.
Rather terrifying. Get off the court, let him hit his winner.
Using the slice a lot, isn't he, Nadal?
He is.
Much more so than normal.
And he had the opportunity to hit a good two-handed pass, Djokovic, in the game, but I feel when he uses this single-hander as much as he does, his backhand, his two-hander is not as good.
Another juice game. But it's 4 games in a row now for Djokovic.
Well, it's too soon to panic, really, as Gordon Forbes, the South African man who wrote that wonderful book, A Handful of Summers, as well. That's the title of his second book. It is too soon to panic for Nadal. But is there going to be a little change of tactic here? His first serve percentage is usually up in the high 60s.
Thank you.
It's great to have a wonderful atmosphere, but let's hope they just keep within the boundaries, the fans today. Beautiful.
Well, I usually refer to Agassi when he plays this drop shot. The great American, of course, loved this very shot and used to play it even better than Djokovic. Agassi was inducted into the Tennis Hall of Fame this year.
Ooh. Well, Djokovic was the first to call. Ramos was second. Yeah, I think that's the point Nadal's making. But no challenge from Nadal. Just the raising of the heckles.
Which, of course, just suggests, as umpire Ramos...
He is challenging.
Yeah. I think it's just a reflection of where he is in the game. 2-4 down. Djokovic a little on top. It certainly seemed out.
Just the one challenge remaining now for Nadal, unless he can claw his way back to a tiebreak where he get one extra. 2-4 love 30.
Isn't that brilliant? He's been hitting the forehand that well that Nadal naturally expected, there's father top left, Nadal naturally expected yet another big forehand to come back deep, so gets behind the baseline even further. Djokovic sees that and can employ a forehand drop shot that didn't have to be that close to the net.
Sets up 3 more break points. Got some width on that one. Oh, you'd love to do that every time, and maybe even more.
Well, he stuck to the same technique on the serve out wide and the backhand. I always think a good idea, because you can get out of a groove very quickly, and if you've served one in the groove and hit a really good one out wide to the backhand, why not use it on the other court? even if you can't get quite the width. So why not try it again here?
Thank you. Right, please.
It's 5 games in a row. Djokovic is starting to boss this. He's a game away from the opening set. Well, we heard from Nadal talking to Mats Wilander about the need to be so mentally strong throughout the entire match today. Well, that mind is under a severe test already.
It is. He seems to have given up on the really loopy forehands that were driving Djokovic back a bit. Djokovic's backhand, as a result, has been struck a bit more securely now, a bit more positively. The forehand is still the standout shot.
New balls, Djokovic serving for the first set at 5-2. Oh. And now his tail's up and he's releasing himself.
Did you say releasing or relieving? It could well be a case of relieving as well, just to that strain that they must have felt earlier on. Back to the loop, but Djokovic is just that much more positive.
Whenever do you see Nadal respond like that?
This is brilliant now by Djokovic. This is how he played the third and fourth set against Federer.
He looks a little lost right now, Nadal. Three set points. First love game of the match seals the first set of the final. 6 games in a row for Djokovic. Nadal's got a mountain to climb. Well, he keeps the same habits. And Carlos Ramos called time. He sprinted away from the chair. But he has got his work cut out here. 6 games in a row for Djokovic as Nadal begins the second. What's Nadal got to do for it?
Well, he certainly got to serve a bit better. We saw those statistics, 45% first serves, 40% second. He's got to look to try and do a bit more damage. I thought it would be a difficult task for him on serve, was how do you suddenly find a massive serve? But it's not troubling Djokovic enough. He's lost his last 3 service games.
Yeah, it's just the prolonged noise. It's just unnecessary. It's like an argument, isn't it? Somebody wants to have the last word. We just hear a few now shouting out. Wow. He is so under the cosh. Was that something that they discussed tactically, that Nadal is sort of offering an opinion back about? I don't know. But there's angst there. Did a big hook, don't we?
Great bit of footwork by Djokovic. The wind caught the ball. He had to make that little bit of an adjustment.
He's trying to use anger, isn't he, to make something happen here. Don't often see that. Big vamos. There's plenty of those too.
Yes, I think that attitude really reflects his desire to do well, to defend that title of his, and isn't it great to see?
It certainly is. 12-9 on the winner's unforced errors. It's the opposite for Nadal.
Serve percentage not bad, but it's usually in the high 60s, but it's what he's doing with it. He's not winning enough points. He could win more games like that. Takes less out of him. He can then try and build on an attempt to try and break the Djokovic serve again. It always seems as if it takes a certain person to win here at the US Open. You know, Jimmy Connors or a McEnroe, sort of people who are likely to get into a brawl. And yet there have been surprising winners over the year. People like Edberg and Verlander, mild, sort of placid people.
Yeah.
Nadal, of course, won the Stefan Edberg Sportsmanship Award last year.
Boy. I think it's just as well Nadal won the point, because if he hadn't, what else can he do?
Longest rally of the match. I think it was 25 strokes. Missed on that 25th stroke.
He's out of his comfort zone. He's going to have to be. From here on in, you feel. The way that Djokovic has now got into the groove. Caught it just at the very bottom of the racket head, that overhead. Maybe the wind conspiring.
Yes, I think he just left it a little too long. Now, would you call that an unforced error?
No. Well, he's gone back to where he started. Looking for a 2-love lead.
Yes, as Chris is implying, exactly, if you weren't with us, exactly what happened in the opening set. And of course he was broken in his opening service game. He's breathing heavily and no first serves.
Miss hit it, the wind did the rest. A few more loopy ones from Nadal. After the barrage at the start.
Well, it's what I would call a good miss, because he moved well to it and he really got behind the ball solidly.
When it comes to the mind games, again, what a great game this would be for Djokovic to win.
Yes, Nadal would have that sinking feeling.
He's got him with the old trusty forehand down the line. Again, the crowd rise to Nadal. It's 2-love second set.
It's like trying to open that bottle of champagne and the cork just won't be prized loose, and then suddenly it releases. And boy, is it good to drink. This is how he feels.
It is a special atmosphere today. Day 15, the third Monday for the fourth year in a row. And it's going to take something special to unseat Djokovic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
When Djokovic won the second set of the Wimbledon final, he'd won 8 successive sets against Nadal. And all of those in very important finals.
Did so well to make that so awkward for Nadal. Just can't, he doesn't let anybody get away for too long, does he? Or for long periods. I mean, even when we talked about it, even when Djokovic in matches is just looking off the pace and just doesn't look like the Djokovic we've seen this year, he suddenly pinches himself to behave like a number one, because that's what you are, and it just suddenly comes. Unreal. He could barely breathe at the end of that point, Djokovic.
Well, you don't see too many lobs in men's singles, and the lobbing for Nadal has been pretty effective. Combined, of course, with his outstanding defensive skills. Looked like being love 40, which is exactly what happened in his second service game of the first set. But for that great save. And that miss, I'm sure, as a result of the exertions of the previous point.
I was going to say, Nadal for once must have been tempted to have quickened up his routine.
Yeah, get him while he's breathing hard.
While he was barely breathing. It's pouring off him, look. But now Bandian. Oh, is that him?
Yep. Nadal might challenge, but
it's mighty close. This will give us a better idea. Caught the line, isn't it?
yeah, looks like it.
Oh, just. They're all going his way at the moment. And just as in the opening set, peg back, 2-love down. But broke straight back and went on that run of 6 games in a row. Brutal. He's going to need oxygen soon, Djokovic, if this continues.
I think a 28-stroker, the longest of the match. Absorbing tennis. Nadal changing it so often. Miss a replay. Those slices. And missed on the 28th.
Had surgery at the end of 2005, Djokovic, to his nose to alleviate breathing problems. Well, he's suffering again. Those who are in are pleased they came.
What a difference a top-class serve makes. Had Djokovic on the stretch there, was dictating from the serve on.
Get on the line. As straight as.
I hope we see it again because it's a terrific return, but just look where Djokovic is playing. This is a left-hander trying to swing the ball, and Djokovic is playing it within the court, within the inner sideline. Nadal has to swing him further when he goes out on that backhand side.
I mean, that serve he hit out wide that you're talking about through was over 100 miles per hour. Is the key as well to be around mid-80s, around 90 mile an hour to get
a greater angle?
Yeah, because once you go over 100 miles an hour, I mean, how much angle can you get without hitting it out?
Yeah, he's got to take a bit off, go further up the block.
That's why I thought he'd go to the body or down the tee more on the second serve, because that backhand cross-court return has hurt him the whole year.
Yes, you'd think he'd stay off it because it's virtually the same serve as the hard one, except this time he's got a lot more time for the return as Djokovic. So it's really, by top-class standards, a bit of a nothing serve, but a phenomenal return.
When I was working with a lefty, British player, Sarah Goma, I used to put a target in the service box on the left court, but another target wide of the baseline for the second bounce. See how far you can swing that target out wide. Make me move it further and further out.
It's got to be shaped like a boomerang would be terrific, but at least like a well-curved banana.
Yeah. It becomes muscle memory, doesn't it? And there's the switch up, but Djokovic so quickly onto it. This is a big game through developing here. You know, love 30, a break point. Nadal gain points to go 3-love. This is a mini battle. You really feel that Nadal has got to win.
He looks the fresher of the two. He looks the stronger physically, but of course it's how solid the mind is. Well, he was bitten by it once, was Djokovic, and as the old saying goes, he wasn't shy. Well, he should have been shy the second time, but he didn't. He was waiting for it.
Second chance to get the break back. Got him. Djokovic saying move forwards, go forwards. It's pretty tough to do that on that point.
Yes, the further back you are, the chances are the more running you're going to have to do, because the angles can be created. But it's a matter of really being able to stand up to the force too of the opponent's shots. Agassi, of course, used to be terrific at it. What a game.
Unbelievable game. The longest. Look at the eyes. It's just a horrible feeling with whatever serve you hit, it's coming back with interest.
It's often the case, you play those deuce points, the ones to the right court, so concentratedly, and having won them, you just relax that little bit. He didn't on the return, but certainly did on the second shot, Djokovic. One of the few times it was almost a look, I've had enough of this from Nadal. I'm just going to go for broke here. Now, can he collect himself here quickly, Djokovic? 17 points in the game.
Is that a time violation?
I think it is. It's a little harsh considering the tennis these two have been playing.
And the fact the crowd are screaming out. Fourth break point of the game. If he wasn't angry enough already. Just long. That wouldn't have helped the move if that had hit the line. It's like he's got to take the world on here, Nadal, to get by Djokovic. It is a staggering transformation to a year ago for the Serb. He's going to need to change that shirt soon. The clock's on. Fifth break point of the game. Can it get any better?
Well, some of the returns that Djokovic has played in this game alone have been quite exceptional. Right at Nadal's feet. And you can't blame him for trying to shorten the point a bit. Nadal's powers of recovery, just remarkable. He's looking as strong as a bull.
I don't think this is much faith in this challenge, but Nadal is. Well, you can understand the challenge. That must have looked even closer from his end.
Still not an ace in the match.
Sixth chance for Djokovic to get back on serve. Yeah, so you're going to give me another time warning because of all the noise?
Oh, Nadal's not going to be charmed with this. What a game.
It is impossible to defend any better. Djokovic gets back on serve. For the entire change of ends, they've replayed that staggering final point of what was quite a remarkable game. Non-stop. It's about the fourth time they've shown it. Just gets better every time. Short-lived celebration, because it's only a set and 1-2.
That game alone was a mini battle, was a match worth watching, wasn't it? 22 points, and what quality.
Quite a lengthy exchange Nadal had with the chair umpire Carlos Ramos at that change of ends.
Take any seat for now, please. Please.
Take any seats. It's because they've been carried away as well.
Who'd want to leave this for a minute?
At least it gives the players a bit more time to catch their breath. Well, Djokovic is also not on this in this match, but in one of his other matches had a time violation. But they seldom take it beyond the first.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 seconds between that point. Starting in the last one, finishing. So that's 6 seconds over for Djokovic. Where's his time warning?
Please encourage the players as much as you want, but not when they are ready to serve. Please. As soon as they're ready to serve, please respect their place. Thank you.
Well spoken, umpire Ramos. Just the little difference that an ace like that is, and he served the 3 aces, but just a cheap point like that, which Nadal cannot get.
Served out to love to win the first set, Djokovic. There's his second to quickly level. Nadal, well, his arm must be getting sore.
And there's that kick I was saying that this court takes so well. Djokovic not known really for a massive kick serve, and yet that one really perplexed Nadal. It lifted so high. mere 29 shots. As you said, his arm's going to fall off shortly.
He went back to the loopy at the start of the point, didn't he, Nadal? Then started to hit it a bit harder and lower.
And every backhand, a double-hander.
Boy, oh boy. He makes the decision, rarely to come in, and then is faced with that. That's another door slammed in his face.
Yes, I just wonder whether Djokovic actually knew he was coming in here, because it was pure defense on Djokovic's part. And if so, just a little lucky. He made his own luck, of course, by keeping it low, but I don't think he knew that Nadal was at the net. Choosing for once to change direction by going down the line when it seemed really the most likely shot was another cross court.
Thank you.
Trying to hit the serve even harder now.
That last one was 130 miles per hour.
Well, that is as hard as he's ever hit it. And he's not getting the angle.
Yeah.
Beautiful footwork by Djokovic, just to create the space for the open forehand. When you consider that tiring game a couple of games back, look at this for agility.
2 more break points. Remember, he was 2-love down first set, won 6 games in a row. And he's on the roll again, Djokovic. He frightens Nadal into a double. It's a set and 3-2. With 3 games in a row. Well, credit Djokovic for everything. But importantly, for Nadal losing his discipline. He was ranting at Ramos at the change of ends. Still, I would imagine, over the time violation. He's saying the crowd, you know, the noise. You've warned them about shouting when I'm about to serve and so on, and he's just rattled, plain and simple, because Djokovic is the better man at a set and 3-2.
Yeah, he's got to re-establish himself here, Nadal. Not that he's been far from it, as we're all well aware. Brilliant.
Look at the reaction again of Nadal. He's looking at his camp. His shoulders have slumped. He looks beaten at a set and 3-2.
Wasn't that clever by Djokovic? Just took his time, played exactly the right shot. And the little stop volley was a beauty as well. Oh, he had him.
You can almost hear him think, can't you?
Easier to accept, of course, when you're ahead. 2 serves he's made. Both of them have had Nadal in trouble. Such a difference between the 2 of them.
He's got brothers, Nadal, Djokovic, but he very seldom hears from his evil twin. And for the first time I can ever remember, I think Nadal, his evil twin, has got a lot to say right now. It's unique, what we're seeing here.
There it is again. Super for Djokovic, frustrating for Nadal. Djokovic down, can land the big serve, even though it's not an ace, only served the 3 in the match. But it's those winning serves, those cheap points that are invaluable. First slice backhand we've seen for a long time, and my goodness, wasn't it a beauty, both on and off the court.
Well, it's an even playing field. He is calling them both for the time, and rightly so, because Djokovic is way over nearly every point too. Where do you stop there? 15-30, 3 points in a row. Another mini battle won by Djokovic. It's 4 games in a row.
The serving really just aiding and abetting Djokovic here in his attempt to snatch this title. These are so important. You know, Djokovic is going to get into every point here.
Hawkeye has been one of the best innovations the sport has seen. A big clock on the side of the court. As soon as the point's finished, it starts ticking down to 0 from 20 seconds. Maybe you get 3 points a set where you can ignore the clock. Certainly speed the matches up. The obvious problem, I suppose, for her is in the intensity and in extreme heat and huge drama in the biggest matches.
Yes, because there are times when the umpire makes allowance for all that after particularly wearying points, and as you say, particularly in very hot conditions. I think the umpires use their discretion, and then the clock, I think, would be an injustice.
Wind is really picking up again. Tournament started with the back end of a hurricane. Tropical Lee came through. This US Open's just about had everything.
tell me Nadal's going to have an easy service game. Djokovic hear me, it's almost as if to say, so much for an easy service game, watch this.
Almost knocked him off his feet, didn't he?
Yes, and he seems to be doing it time and time again. It's almost as if he's playing indoor bowling, skittles.
Well, with tennis like that, we got the 10 pins and we got the needles. This is another one to test the mind of Nadal.
This is how he tackled the Wimbledon match, Djokovic. It was he who made the advances to the net. It was Djokovic who played most of the volleys in that match. Another means really of breaking down the Nadal game. Got him again. I often say, but it reminds me of those old westerns you used to see where, you know, the newcomer comes into town and they fire at his feet and they get him to dance in the saloon or out in the dusty streets. Well, look at him, he's making Nadal dance here.
40-15 up, seemingly okay. Another break point to face. Oof.
What a physical specimen this chap in. He's taking a mental hammering.
Just how quickly he gets into position, Djokovic. When there's spaces, for split seconds you see spaces on the court. But it's no more than that.
We saw his big toe exposed when he was playing against Tipsarevic, all the tearing around the court and the scraping he does.
It's one of the best slices that Nadal's hit. That tore through the court.
got him again. It is quite remarkable.
He seems to know where Nadal's going to serve before Nadal does.
And if it were archery, he's hitting the bullseye every time.
Every time he gets a forehand return on the right court, Djokovic, he must think about the miracle forehand. Saving the first of the 2 match points against Federer in the semi-finals. Somebody just shouting out in the middle of the point, but Djokovic can't stop like that. I mean, the umpire can stop the rally, but
I don't think he's stopped. I think he's just appealing.
yeah, he's saying it's unbelievable now. The crowd getting too involved. It's such a shame. And look at the look that Nadal is giving Ramos. But he hangs in. 3-4. Alicia Keys with her rendition of New York. It is where dreams are made of. Becoming a bit of a nightmare for Nadal, trying to successfully defend his crown here, but he's still battling. Just as we know Nadal, he loves a scrap. Whether he's enjoying this scrap.
He's still standing pretty tall, Nadal. He still looks in very good shape to me.
Djokovic 4-3, second set, still with a break. He's not really had a lull yet, has he, Djokovic? Not a long one, anyway.
No.
I mean, that's a relative lull, isn't it, right there? But
yeah,
he's not offered Nadal too many of those.
But points like that Nadal's got to build on. And I wouldn't put it past him. Here's an opportunity. We saw that statistic, 33% points won on second serve by Djokovic. That is very low.
Especially when you think how Nadal is returning, because he's really just getting the ball back into play.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not the punishing returner that somebody like Connors was, a left-hander with a two-handed backhand, or Agassi for that matter. But then he's up against a pretty competent server.
Yeah, good decision to let the lob bounce.
Yes, it's not often these top pros do let it bounce, but considering that 2 lobs have confounded him during the match already, doing wise here. Just what you want not to happen is for the ball not to bounce up high enough. That one was fine.
Turn more, he was square onto the net. He's telling himself to focus. I mean, a couple of errors in the game that he feels a bit of a gift is unacceptable. That's why he's #1 in the world.
Vida's probably thinking, nothing that a good serve can't put right.
That is just so good. Just short, wasn't it, from Nadal? He opened the door.
Yes, early in the match, Nadal was playing a lot of loops with the forehand, but they were going a lot deeper. When you play the ball and it lands inside the service block, you are bound to be in trouble against a top-class player like Djokovic. He might well be saying, hit it deeper, hit it higher.
Another key game here, just like the third game of this set was. Breaking on the 6th break point, Djokovic to break straight back as he did in the first set from love 2.
Thank you.
Just did him for pace. What a point. Oh, they're whooping and hollering again.
Well, we saw a forehand drop shot from Djokovic early on. Nadal shaping as if to hit a big forehand, just drops it short. Djokovic couldn't get a lot of power. And this, as you say, beaten by pace and spin. That ball was really humming.
Break back point. Got him. Through the eye of a needle. Does it give him the eye of a tiger? Nadal breaks back. It's 4-all second set.
In a way, I could see that coming. Nadal looking so strong. It's almost as if the rowdiness of the crowd here has made this like a, well, almost like a bullfight. And Nadal is really charged, really looking strong.
And the crowd rise once more on the replay of the reaction and what it means to Nadal to get back into this second set.
Thank you. Thank you.
New balls at 4-all. Challenging. Deceptive in flight. Quicker balls. Has he made it? Computer says no.
No challenges remaining.
Out of challenges, as he was in the first set.
But he's full of challenge. You just know it, don't you? He doesn't need them. What a challenger. Even though he's the champion, you feel he's challenging. It's almost too strong. Running too fast, hitting too hard.
Thank you.
Getting reactions that you just never see from him normally. I think he's working on his serve through as we speak, just for you, and his dad maybe, and his girlfriend alongside.
Yes, obviously catching Djokovic thinking it might go down the middle. He was a little late to respond. The difference a penetrative serve makes.
Missed another of those in-to outs. He probably just feels that it's got to be that good.
Yes, I actually have the feeling that he's almost overconfident at the moment in his ability to make good.
Two more break points to save for Nadal. The euphoria of breaking back is short-lived for Nadal. Djokovic breaks again after an hour and 59 minutes. When he gets up, he'll serve for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Time to ponder. He's done it before. 3 times coming back from 2 sets down, Nadal. But does anybody think he could do it if it happens here? Djokovic serving for that 2-sets-to-love lead at a set and 5-4.
Those balls that are comparatively new, just doing a bit more flying should really help on the first serve.
Cool.
Yes, was Nadal looking for a lob? Or was he just trying to play it low? Once it lands short, you're surely going to be in trouble. He's got to keep it away from the service line. Well, that seemed the perfect opportunity for Nadal to hit his favoured shot, the forehand down the line. Just a little ahead of himself, perhaps. Shots like that can make all the difference.
Had his chance, Nadal. Couldn't take it. Fiancé with the hat there. With Djokovic. Jelena Ristic getting married in Kosovo next month. Andy Murray's the best man. And Djokovic is certainly looking the best man right here. 2 points for a 2-sets-to-love lead. That is another close to miracle forehand. It is 2 sets to love, Djokovic. Nadal has talked about, does he really believe he can beat Djokovic, having lost 5 times in finals this year? It looks like number 6. The obvious question, Fruit, where on earth does Nadal go from here?
Well, he still looks full of fight. He still looks very strong. But of course, it's a hugely difficult task to do. Yes, this man did it the day before yesterday against Federer. But it hasn't been done at the US Open since 1949. A comeback in the final from 2 sets to love down.
He started both first 2 sets so well, going a break up 2-love to Nadal. He's won 2 games on top. It's interesting, isn't it? Djokovic so many times in the last couple of months has said, doesn't matter how big my deficit, doesn't matter how big the hole is that I'm in, I believe I can get out of it.
Problem is, he hasn't been in too many holes.
No, I was going to say, I wonder whether he's ever thought about if he could lose a 2 sets to love lead. Superb, applauded by Djokovic. And I suppose in the locker room, through, if you had to pick one player in a major final with Djokovic in this sort of form, if you said to all the players, give me one name, who could come back against him from 2 sets down? They'd probably have the man at the other end.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. Even with his recent record against him. He desperately wants to hold on to this crown, does Nadal. And as I keep saying, he looks lion strong, bull strong.
The starts of the sets have not been the problem.
Oh,
wow. Short, out wide.
short, wide and handsome. First ace of the match. Come on, let's have more of that. They're both in deficit columns, but what a set. Those statistics are upside down, aren't they? They just give a very poor impression of a wonderful set.
Yes.
Incidentally, that 1949 final was won by Pancho Gonzalez against Ted Schroeder. 67 games they played. I think there was one set of 16-14 in it. Gonzalez 2 sets to love down, came back to winning 5. It's only been done 5 times in the history of the US Championships and US Open.
You got to love some of the wags here, haven't you? New Yorker shouting at you, come on, Djokovic, let's make this a match. Just 8 minutes in total Nadal has spent on court, longer than Djokovic to the final.
Yes, they've actually been very even, haven't they, in their matches coming into this. I know that Djokovic has lost 60 games coming into the final. Nadal had lost 59. Time, as you were saying, hardly different between the two of them.
I should think Nadal right now feels he's probably played twice as long. He's put so much into this, Nadal. Very little to show for it. So that's a confident hold, a love game. So he doesn't go 2 love down for the 3rd set in a row, Djokovic. That might help Nadal.
Yes, his 3rd love service game. Nadal's was his first of the match.
Oh, that is just, well, I don't know how to describe that. Out of this world.
Yes, a magnificent point, really. Look at the half volley by Djokovic. Such an unusual shot these days with players in the bygone era. Gonzalez and co would have played a lot of them. But what harmony almost between the players, reacting to each other's shots. Getting the swinger moving.
Yeah, looking to serve and volley through. He's trying everything, Nadal. He has to.
Sometimes just makes the mistake of coming over that backhand a little prematurely. Just needs to keep the face of the racket open a wee bit longer. Stay with the ball.
Close. Thought it was the right call, I guess, Ramos. No challenge. So damaging, that forehand. Gives the impression that his chest is so far out when he hits it.
And even further out when he wins the point with as good a shot as this.
Great point. Is that the breaking point? 2 sets, Djokovic, and now with a break, he leads 2-1 in the third. Rather subdued, he sat down, Nadal. He still keeps running away. We know he's never going to run out of energy or fight. It's just finding the answers.
Yes, I thought I detected in his march back to his chair just the first little sign of resignation is probably too strong a word, but realistic is maybe how it should be put. Just where he is.
2 sets and 2-1 with the break, third set, Djokovic.
Well, he's trying everything. He's trying to put even more emphasis on that slice. The New Yorkers might say he's putting a bit of mustard on it. English mustard. Sharp. And yet Djokovic is just playing it as if it's nothing. Just soaking it up.
Talking of English, bit of trivia. On this day in 1936, Fred Perry became the first foreign player to win 3 US men's singles titles.
What a character he was.
I think one of the most memorable lines about describing him as a character was in the locker room before a big match. He'd verbally make sure his opponent heard him say, "I wouldn't want to play me today." I think Djokovic is getting right up there on that front, although he's struggling in this game at 15-30. Now then, lifeline points for Nadal. $23,200. Want to see more.
I didn't want to raise it necessarily, but I just wondered whether the serve was going to come to the aid again, where it deserts Nadal.
There's plenty of no-lay. Drops in.
I think it does. Brilliant shot right in the corner.
He slumped a little, Djokovic. I think he thought when he hit that he'd missed it. I think everybody in the arena did.
It had a lot more height in it, more like a Nadal shot this. But there was enough topspin on it to bring it in.
$15.40 to deuce. Oh. Huge.
He is very much still there, Nadal. Just look at this for sheer phenomenal resistance, strength, character. Let's see who he gets it from. Wow.
He is literally just hanging in here, Nadal. A rush of blood perhaps from Djokovic helping, but he breaks back. It's 2-all third set.
Looking to play the little stop volley, but not showing great expertise, but deserved by Nadal.
Thank you.
He's far from out of this.
And then that.
Such fantastic defense. He really deserved a lot more, Nadal, just because he scrambled so much, got so many balls back into court. And yet, as you've said, nothing much to show for it. Terrific play in the first two sets, 2 and 4.
He did well to get 2 and 4. Again, people calling out. I think Djokovic was beaten then anyway, but it irritates.
Please wait until the point is finished before you start encouraging players. Please.
This is as big as any Davis Cup atmosphere, really, which they're both well used to. Neutral ground, though. So you can't penalise the crowd. It's just non-stop.
Well, he's built like a willow in many ways, is Djokovic, but it's a bit of a juggernaut, really, when it comes to hitting. I mean, just look at the phenomenal power behind this, those long swings. Come on, Nadal, where's your wide swinging serve? We've seen but 2 of them.
Also underlines where Federer is still. within the game. People so happy to ride him off. Well, he's not won a major now this year. First time that's happened since 2002.
Yes, referring to Federer's 2 sets to love and match points against Djokovic.
And with that forehand that he basically admitted he closed his eyes and took a big swing. Their hands must be hurting.
And Nadal just plays it as if it's a 2 or 3 stroke point, you know, in his backyard in Mallorca. He's hardly breathing. He looks in great condition.
Pace defies belief. It's like the balls are being shot out of cannons.
Yes, the ricochet here was just phenomenal. Power followed by power, and Nadal just beaten really by the pace. No relation to on ricochet, by the way, ricochet.
Or the Irish bullet. Ghosted in, but Nadal saw him and brilliantly made it awkward.
And the bloomin' crowd intervening too, getting in, making the call. Djokovic's shot was well in. But this was a beautiful, it was almost like a skimmer, wasn't it? A flat stone across water. Appealing to the umpire. Or is it his camp?
Camp, I think, yeah.
Well, the proportion of, or the ratio of difficulty here is extreme. Firstly, it's a major final. Secondly, 2 of the very best players in the world playing superb tennis. Secondly, the crowd, very difficult, intervening in the points, getting in the way, and yet the players are standing up to it remarkably.
Well, it's another huge game. The mini battles clearly have gone to Djokovic. Here's another. Break point. The crowd can barely contain themselves. After every point, some are just jumping out of their seats. Look at that reaction from Nadal. What have I got to do?
After all the bruising shots, just a little bit of ointment here. Look at that sudden change, the release of the left hand, and Djokovic's favourite little tickle.
Got his racket on it. Goodness only knows how. Another break point. Oh, that is just sensational. It is almost laughable because it's nearly almost not possible what these guys are producing. There's 3 breaks of serve in a row. Djokovic once more a break up in the third. Again, that final point being replayed for the whole of the change of ends. I mean, you could play so many in. And the reaction afterwards from Nadal said it all, really. Is the sun about to set on Nadal's dream of successfully defending in New York? Djokovic 2 sets up. Once again, a break up in the third. It's 3-2.
You see those stats, you just wonder how he's winning. Well, the sunset over Manhattan is a miracle, but some of the tennis here is nigh miraculous as well. That's all behind umpire Ramos. He sits to the west. This doesn't surprise me one bit. He is just so immensely dedicated to his task here. And still looking very fit.
Well, if the locker room is struggling to come to terms with how to get a win against these guys, this match is hardly going to help. They are going so far away from the rest with every point that's played. I think he'd force the double. I mean, does Djokovic start to believe? That he just cannot really keep this man down. 3 more break points. It's his first double. If you wrote it, you wouldn't believe it. It's one of the biggest forehands you will ever see. He breaks him to love.
Well, it couldn't be more fascinating, could it? It's a case of these players have got to give us a break. And we've had 4 of them in succession.
Last game of this set of balls. They'll be worthless. Made a big mistake, Djokovic. He's upset Nadal. His turn to smile at the almost disbelief of what's being produced out here.
Well, Nadal is just playing some superhuman tennis here, considering the situation he's in. 2 sets to love down. He's not beaten the man in the last 5 finals, and yet just look at this for determination.
It's the land of Superman, isn't it? They need the plural.
And the crowd recognizing this.
Just look at this pickup.
Yes, the crowd was shouting out, but it was inside the baseline. I think an optician would do rather well here.
Oh. That is ridiculous.
Well, showing real elasticity here, because it's a pretty good serve. Maybe just a little deep in the block to be perfect, but it looked good enough to me. You wouldn't think he was 2 sets to love up, would you? goodness.
Just when you thought maybe his heart had been broken, Nadal wins 8 out of the last 9 points with tennis that maybe he's not even played before. It's 4-3 third set. You ever seen anything like this for him?
Well, it's rare, I think. It is quite outstanding. JMW Turner could do justice to that. Or might have.
New balls. Djokovic 3-4 third set. 2 sets to love up.
Beginning to miss a few first serves. Allows Nadal into the point.
Faster balls again. Second serve looks a little iffy. He's challenging.
Left baseline, the ball's called out. Lots of things. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
Wow. That's the last 7 points on his serve, Djokovic. That must seem like manna from heaven for Djokovic.
Anybody, sorry, Krugel.
Djokovic has had most of the net courts, but this one's certainly playing to his disadvantage. Plenty of time for Nadal to put the forehand into play, and his muscles are popping like Popeyes. Well, they're probably seeing the ball about that big, I would think.
I think it's as inflamed as that as well, the way they're hitting it.
What a beautiful picture that is. The Empire State in the foreground.
He's challenging immediately, Nadal. We've seen a few of these, though, that in flight look as though they're going way long. But this, I think, is pretty close. He must be pretty sure, Nadal. He's right. Quite a long way long. Break point, Nadal. It could have only finished with a winner.
"32 shots, folks. And weren't they all absolutely magnificent? Even Papa Nadal says, what a point. Even though his son loses it. It is mountainous, the tennis.
And he's atop it.
I don't know when last he put a foot wrong. It was but a gentle serve. You see, he's able to run round to that extent. He serves, not quite disintegrating, but it's close to it.
Been so many tug-of-war games. It's just kept everybody tense.
Can he recapture his first serve? Nadal playing a defensive point there, almost as if he sensed that Djokovic is just beginning to lose a lot of what he had. I think he's made 2 out of the last 13 first serves.
Saves the break point, Djokovic, and holds. Pressure back on Nadal. 2 sets down, 4-all third set.
Well, you should have seen the look of relief in Djokovic as that point went his way. Has he got this man's physical strength? I don't think he has it quite at the moment, but it's the lead that might just see him home.
A few minutes shy of 3 hours.
No flash, please. Thank you.
Call from the chair of fault. It would have been challenged by Djokovic, so Nadal is challenging Ramos. Ramos right again.
Nadal has 2 challenges.
I just have the feeling it's a matter of whether Djokovic, in his pursuit here of hitting the ball hard, trying to finish the points a little earlier than he doesn't want any of the long rallies, might just lose his technique, might lose his rhythm a bit. So much for me.
He's returned outstandingly, isn't he?
Magnificently. The number of times he's had Nadal reeling. But even that, I thought, had sort of gone off the boil a wee bit.
He's got to 5 first in a set. Does that help? All the pressure get to Djokovic. 5-4 Nadal. Well, it's 3 hours virtually. We're not even through 3 sets yet. If this went to 5, wow.
I think there's a good chance. Believe it or not, Nadal's, for the first time in the match, has won 2 service games of his own in a row.
It's amazing.
And what an uplift that must give him. A beautiful sky. A wonderful match.
Ready for play. 6, please. Thank you. Please be seated.
So the first real test for Djokovic. He's got a hold serve. to keep this third set alive at 4-5.
He's got to find his first serve again.
Starting to miss. I mean, the point you made, and then he played that great point, but your point was so well made because he's just gone off the boil. There's no doubt.
Yes, and in his attempt to try and hit the ball harder, to try and finish the point, because I think he's really feeling it physically, and it's getting to him mentally as well. He's just missing, becoming a little ragged. That's why he needs that serve.
122 miles per hour. (196 Ks). He senses something here, Nadal. Just look at the walk. He's got the strut back. And as you've been saying the whole match through, he looks as fresh as a daisy.
Remarkable.
He's 2 points from taking the third set.
That's the belief in him, has in himself at the moment. Just prepare to take it all on.
Just magnificent hitting. Just started to drop it a little short, Nadal, and then he was beaten back, but it took 4 shots to get it through him.
Yes, not able to get any body in that, just the arm, and actually most of it played with the wrist, whereas Djokovic able to get everything behind it.
Super hole from 15-30. It's 5-all third set. He passes the test with flying colours, Djokovic.
And rediscovers his favourite serve. It's a mini lift like that that can make a huge difference. What he needs, and he hasn't had them on Nadal's serve for a few games now, are the opening points, or at least the opening point, just to set the tone. Well, I wonder if he's as surprised as I am that he won the point. I thought Nadal was going to do it with that lobster-like left claw of his.
Well, there used to be a court that was played on Supreme. That's what this match is. It just continues to be. Another one applauded by Djokovic too. Missed it.
What a shame. Off balance.
Again, just you wonder, but just how is he returning like this still? Just rocking Nadal off his feet, literally. Off a wonderful serve. Nadal's turn to be 15-30. And coming up with the goods. Just his second ace, is that?
Yeah.
Just phenomenal.
Well, he's a bit of a linguist, is Djokovic, and his Spanish must be outstanding as well, because he read this so beautifully, so perfectly. Look at this. Nadal could have gone either side of him, and Djokovic just knew where he was going.
He's got a break point. Take this, Djokovic will serve for the title. Is that him?
He got it.
He's made that as well. He will serve for his first US Open crown. Djokovic, 6-5, third set. Twice. He's had the disappointment of being beaten in the final here. 4 years ago by Federer, last year, of course, by the man he faces today. But he's on the verge of his fourth major title. Djokovic serving for the championship at 6-5, third set.
He started his last 4 service games with a deficit. But as everybody will tell you, it's not how you start them, it's how you finish them. Slightly quicker service action, that. The sort of type of serve when somebody throws the ball up a little lower than they intend to.
Challenging it. I like that. He challenged, then looked at his camp. Second serve it is.
Well, everybody around the world stand up.
If you had to pick the best point of the match, it would take you 3 hours to find it. Nothing seems to dampen the belief of Djokovic. Walking down the aisle is going to be a cakewalk, isn't it?
Oh,
Just backed off just for a split second, didn't he?
amazing. Almost as if he had second thought.
Yes.
And you know what happens to he who hesitates.
He was backing off as he hit that. Look at his weight transference. Let's break back point. He's made it. No, he's not. It's wide.
He's going to challenge it, is he?
He is challenging. This is his last challenge if he's wrong. It's in the breaker, so he'll get an extra. It's all happening.
It felt good. But was it good?
It's wide. Somehow Nadal has broken back. It's 6-all. The third set will be decided by a tiebreak.
Well, they've played 7 tiebreakers against each other. And Nadal leads by 5-2.
And he's not dropped a tiebreak in the tournament, Nadal. Djokovic, 2-2. It's almost like the crowd are refusing to let the curtain come down on this. They want more. They want at least a 4th act.
They certainly haven't been bystanders. Umpire Ramos has done a terrific job in an impossible situation almost. Nadal at his most resolute.
He's made it this time. Talk about trust.
Yes, particularly having just missed one to the same side. And everything about that was sweet. Certainly didn't look as if he's tiring there, which I've sensed for some time. Everything very, very harmonious.
Thank you.
Challenging Nadal.
As Djokovic finally missed one of those.
Yes, he has. And how did the linesman miss that? 2. It's 4-1 Nadal. He's made it. The crowd have demanded it. How on earth do you develop this sort of resistance? It's almost not human.
Well, he's just such a magnificent animal, isn't he? You can imagine a prime bull in an auction, and all the farmers standing up and putting up their hands to try and buy him. Nadal would be that bull. Look at him.
3 hours and 24 minutes. And we're not yet done with 3 sets. But we're 2 points again from a fourth. Gutsy. That's what this match has been all about.
He's hanging on to the set by his fingernails.
Flattened it out, Djokovic, on each and every one of the strokes in that point.
Well, you've just got to find something superior with Nadal in the sort of mood he's in at the moment. He looked a bit more confident than she. He can't bear to watch.
No way! Now Djokovic will rue not hitting the into-out forehand, but how he got the backhand cross-court back is beyond belief. That's the one he would have gone if he had his shot again. But how did he get that back through? And then this.
Well, he'd given so much. There was no more to give as far as Djokovic was concerned.
It's 3 set points, Nadal.
Well, the crowd's out of hand.
Totally. And even the humour's gone. The match continues. Nadal demanded it. They demanded it. Is Mr. Invincible rattle. 3 hours and 28 minutes. And it's 2-1 for Djokovic. So concern for the Djokovic camp. Treatment to the back. He probably doesn't know whether he's coming or going. He's back to front with the resistance from the other end.
And some of the retrieving, not only Nadal, but Djokovic has had to make. He's almost had to twist himself into around corners. And we've seen him at times manipulating his body, particularly on the serve, trying to stretch that little pain out. But Nadal, still to me, looks in phenomenal fettle.
He's just animated, isn't he? It's almost like, right, let's get this 4th set started.
He is so dedicated to the task. It's been so apparent.
Remember that match a couple of years ago in Madrid? 4 hours for 3 sets. Nadal won it, saving a match point. He is clinging to the US Open crown and refusing to let go. Djokovic at the start of the 4th, 2-1 up.
Well, expect Djokovic to really let rip. The treatment is to the left side of the back and the small of the back, and of course that's the portion of the body that is tested most on the serve as he reaches up. Maybe one of the reasons why I had that spell of hardly a first serve in.
He's got momentum, Nadal. How he would love to get a break early on in the 4th.
Well, this is the means by which he's got to do it. Just super resilience, super defense at the back. And then when he has the opportunity to keep it low with Djokovic at the net, almost as if he wasn't keen to bend. Slightly worried look on Marian Vida's face here. The body language of Djokovic, having missed that point, would suggest that he's down 2-1, not up.
Did not look comfortable. He's holding his back straight away, left side. Every shot is hurting, it seems. He retired against Nadal. Remember, quarterfinals of the French 5 years ago. 2 sets down with a lower back injury. Blisters forced him out of the semi-final against Nadal at Wimbledon in the semi-finals 4 years ago. Made it. Oh. Doesn't even look bruised, let alone in pain, does he? From the exertions.
Just amazing, amazing reactions.
He's limping, almost.
He's almost beginning to walk at an angle, isn't he, Djokovic?
I thought he jumped too early, but somehow the arm and the racket just seemed to extend perfectly to pick another one off.
This is the last thing that Djokovic wanted to see. Nadal's 6'1", but he gets up to this like John Isner. Look at the height. After the tennis they've played. That's being cruel.
Tried that a few times, hasn't he? And hands on hips tells you that he's not made it very often.
Djokovic's serving speed has dropped alarmingly here.
What was that last one through?
Don't know.
The 83 miles per hour. Yeah. And yet he can fling himself around like that.
Well, Nadal certainly moved into positive territory, hasn't he? Not only the serving percentages, but the winners outnumbering the errors. But this is the concern. Is a phenomenal match going to disappoint us here with a tame ending with Djokovic injured?
We'll take a medical. You want to take a medical? Okay.
Taking a full medical timeout here.
It's taking a long time to serve now. Okay. I understand. I understand.
Grab the doctor for some meds. Yeah.
The doctor for some meds. Because they've had the assessment with the initial look at it. So now a full medical timeout, so you can imagine the thumbs are going to go in deep here. This is going to hurt. Then he'll get some anti-inflammatories from the doctor. He's just buying some time here, Djokovic, to recover from this.
You might have heard the umpire saying you're taking a little bit longer on your serve, but I can understand why.
He's just taking the anti-inflammatories first, I think.
Meanwhile, Nadal's run into Manhattan to grab some more shirts.
Mr. Djokovic is now receiving the medical timeout.
So 3 minutes. Then he can have the trainer out twice more for change of ends, just to help, but just for the allotted time. So close to winning this match, Djokovic, in 3 straight sets. And it would have been the greatest final ever in 3 straight sets. There's no doubt about that. So close. And yet he's been the master this year at putting any sort of minor disappointment behind him and just becoming stronger for it. But with the back now, and he hasn't put his man away in 3 sets. And Djokovic, if he had to mark himself out of 10 through for his performance so far, be a 10, wouldn't it?
It would.
And the match is not won.
Well, it just says so much for Nadal's ability to stay in and his dedication to retaining his crown. Here's that point again.
Yeah, this is when he was serving for the match at 15-all. Enjoy it again. No wonder his back is hurting. Look at Nadal. It's like the first point of the match.
Djokovic stretched from pillar to post. And the crowd absolutely delirious.
You're a tennis Hall of Famer, Fruit. These guys are becoming legends tonight. Remember that? No pain good, some would say. 30 seconds remaining is the call from Carlos Ramos on the medical timeout.
And Nadal's raring to go. And it's not as if they've had long matches coming into this final.
I mean, the mental stamina, the mental fatigue that is potentially around the corner for one of them who cracks first.
Yeah, what you see is all as a result of what has happened here tonight.
Just under 3 3/4 hours. 2-1 Djokovic. 1-love for the Serb in the fourth. Nadal to serve. There is no let up from Nadal. I think Djokovic has run to every pillar and post there is in New York. Makes him dangerous, though, being wounded, doesn't it?
Yep, this is certainly where he'll be attempting to shorten the points by hitting the ball even harder. It's a matter of whether his side will permit it, though.
Does it distract Nadal? I often quote you through and say, Bruce McMillan would say, well, once your man's injured, you got him. You've got to enjoy the moment. But so many do seem to get distracted.
Yes, I can't see why. Nadal knows what he's got to do. He's been doing it throughout.
A long look back at Djokovic and Nadal after that shot and point. He now has 2 break points at the start of the 4th.
Just another one of those amazing returns that has Nadal seemingly off balance.
Something about the 3rd Vamos we've heard from Nadal.
Yes, I think he's been saying Ramos more than Vamos. His discussions with the umpire.
String's gone. It's all happening against Djokovic at the moment. He can smile about it for now.
That's the last thing he needed. Looking up to the sky afterwards. Where does my help come from next? There it goes.
What an angle. What an angle.
Yeah, that's a unique shot. You've seen just about every shot in the game here tonight, but suddenly this, well within the service block.
3rd break point of the game. Nine of 20 converted before that point. 20 break points. 21 now. Nadal 6 of 14. He's converted. It's the first short ball he's played. He might not play another.
That's a poor point by Nadal. He just pushed this forehand. He didn't get any spin on the ball at all. Sits up nicely for Djokovic.
Fourth break point of the game. Getting a break would be a bit of a painkiller, wouldn't it? But if he doesn't, having had 4 chances, the pain will intensify.
And how quickly Nadal bounces back after a sloppy point. But he gave that one a slap almost as if he was a little bored with the point.
He looks exhausted, Marian Vaida. Been together since June '06, Vaida and Djokovic. Vaida's son persuaded him to go to Paris when he got the call to meet the agency and to meet Djokovic for the first time. The son said, "Not been to Paris, let's go." I bet he pleased he went. Djokovic does break. It's what Nadal did in the first 2 sets, was to lead 2-love.
Well, Vaida wisely not on his feet. He knows this could be premature. Certainly not extending on the serve, but what he's doing is getting a greater percentage of serves in at a slower pace.
Yeah, that one just over 100 miles per hour, 101. You think how big he has been serving. That one down at 90.
And wisely not smashing that one, because that would test the body. And as we saw earlier in the match, when the body seemed to be in fine form, the smashing wasn't. This would be an amazing turn-up if he can just push the ball in on the first serve and win points handily.
Where does he get the energy from, Nadal? It's almost like when he sits down at the change of ends, he gets recharged.
And what an astute drop shot. Shaping up as if to play the big forehand, and then this tantalizing lob. Again, the first serve just at 97 miles an hour. But every first serve in the game.
Just brilliantly placed. This might change his whole approach to serving from now on. 2 games in a row from the medical timeout, 3 games in a row in the 4th set. Well, Nadal's legs are still moving, and Djokovic is getting one of the 2 remaining treatments he can get at the allotted time for change of ends. He's in a lot of discomfort.
Yes, don't get the wrong idea here, folks. This is still medical treatment. But he must be soothed by the score in this set.
This is a must-win service game for Nadal.
Surely. 2 breaks would be a catastrophe.
2 sets to 1 down, the defending champion. Love 3 down, 4th set. The battle continues to hang on to his crown. New balls.
I almost feel painful for Djokovic, and yet even when he has to stretch as he did then, he gets the ball back deep. Just the racket control of these players is quite outstanding.
I guess it must have been a slight miss hit, the serve, because he apologised for it. Then the length of the return. It's almost serve half volley for Nadal.
Been for a lot of the match, hasn't it? And very often right in the middle of the court.
Comes through the must-win game. Nadal keeps it to the single break deficit in 4 hours. Change of racket after the new balls for Nadal.
Well, somehow he's got to look to try and take a bit more advantage of the slower pace Djokovic serves. You could learn from some of Djokovic's fantastic returning.
Classic V play.
Yes, he makes good contact with the return, Nadal, but it just goes virtually where Djokovic wants it to go. Obviously, he'd prefer it to go in the net or long, but it's going to come over. He's got open court to go to. Nadal is just a little behind the pace, not quite as fast as he's been. Few too many slice backhands there, not quite getting behind the ball to use the two-hander. Is he finally beginning to feel it?
Certainly the right leg. He certainly put his hand to the hamstring.
Yeah, he's gone, Nadal.
He has. I mean, earlier on in the tournament, in the press, they had to clear the room because his legs cramped. He slid down the chair onto the floor. I mean, what they've thrown at each other, it's hardly surprising that they're both starting to fall apart at the seams.
Yeah,
Can't run.
Token resistance from Nadal. Djokovic gives him a sideways glance.
2-1 Djokovic, and a commanding 4-1 lead in the fourth. It's been so wonderful for so long. If injury gets in the way, it'd be an anti-climax from what we've seen so far. They're both clearly fatiguing.
Yes, Nadal's problems have come on all of a sudden. There were no signs of it earlier on, whereas they were with Djokovic. He had been stretching for some time, discomfort in the side. But let's hope it doesn't fizzle out.
Nadal 2-1 down, 1-4 down, fourth set. Oh, the way he made room for that. And then the timing.
Yes, and compare it with Djokovic hitting the ball at about the same pace, and Nadal not really able to conjure up anything quite like that. So just at 107. You could see that coming, couldn't you? Sore side or not, he was able to get everything absolutely perfect.
Jelena Ristic, the fiance, she's back to believing it's going to be his trophy. Djokovic. And a double break would certainly help him along the way.
Again, another biting return. A more than adequate serve from Nadal. He must surely be accepting it now and returning.
It is uncanny how brilliantly Djokovic has returned. He gets the double break. He's got two chances to serve it out.
Nadal once more going to his right hamstring.
Djokovic serving for the US Open title. 5-1 fourth set. beaten by Federer in the semi-finals in 08 and 9. And of course, the final here last year by Nadal. Also runner-up against Federer 4 years ago. But not even Nadal, somewhere near his very, very best, is going to prevent Djokovic from winning this time round. Oh. Does that remind you of fruit? I know it was a backhand, but
that reminded me of Connor's. Was it the last hurrah?
Always missed it. He's hardly missed a first serve since he's had the medical timeout. Marian Vida out of his chair this time. The whole box is. It's championship point, Djokovic against the defending champion. He's got it. His third final here, his first triumph. It's a third major of the year for Novak Djokovic, emulating Nadal of last year. He's just the sixth man in the Open era to win 3 of the 4. And even with a bad back, it did nothing to dampen the spirit of Djokovic, his box, and his absolute desire to win. A phenomenal match through, and neither man could put any more in.
Well, I suppose when one talks about great matches, you think of matches that go the distance, that go to 5 sets. But I think one can honestly say that this was a great encounter, even had it finished in 3 sets. If people were putting together a highlights passage, normally for a 3-set match, you struggle to fill that passage. But there was so much in those first 3 sets that if you had to make a highlights passage, your highlights would have taken 3 hours, in fact, because just about every point was a phenomenal point. And one's got a feel for Nadal, because the resistance he showed, the tenacity to try and hold on to his title, was just quite outstanding, quite phenomenal. And Djokovic to win it, well, they always say in Africa, beware of the wounded buffalo, and so it turned out in this match. He went for his shots. The more wounded, the sorer he felt, the bigger the shots he went for, other than on the serve.
6th final that he's beaten Nadal in this year, 2 in a major. What a year. All sparked off by the Davis Cup triumph, the back end of last year. He couldn't wait for this year to start. He probably now doesn't want it to end. Extraordinary performance. And performances all year for Djokovic. Still just the 2 losses. One of those a retirement against Murray in the final of Cincinnati. The other in just a phenomenal semi-final match at the French against Federer, who he just provided miracles in beating him in the semi-final here for the 2nd year running, saving 2 match points to beat Federer, who, probably having seen this, Federer, will be heartened for 2012.
Yep, within 2 points of beating Djokovic. Twice match point up, 2 sets to love up. Not a bad effort when you consider the tennis these two played, and yet Djokovic able to win it in 4 sets. 4 quite brilliant sets. The crowd, well, they played their part, at times unruly, but my goodness, they got their money's worth.
Short break. We'll be back.
And now to begin our trophy presentation, it's my pleasure to introduce the chairman of the board and the president of the USTA, John Bogosian.
Thanks very much, Bill. How about another wonderful round of applause for these 2 incredible champions? Rafa, you have thrilled us again this year. I know you wanted to defend your title and you gave it a great effort, but it was a tough opponent you had out there. We look forward to seeing you next year, and we thank you for the tremendous effort that you gave. Novak, you've had an unbelievable year. It's incredible what you've achieved, and we're very proud of you, and we're thrilled that you're our new US Open champion. We thank you not only for the great tennis, but the tremendous entertainment that you provided us on and off the court, and we wish you continued luck this season. You've only had 2 losses, and it's just been tremendous. Congratulations. And on behalf of the USTA, we want to thank all of the fans here in New York. You are the best in the world, and we appreciate all of your support. Notwithstanding the rain, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thanks so much.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, our finalist, Rafael Nadal. I know you're disappointed, but you just don't stop out there, do you? You just keep coming after him.
Well, obviously I'm disappointed now. But you know what, this guy is doing unbelievable things, so just congratulate Novak, congratulations for everything. Congratulations to your team. What you did this year is probably impossible to repeat, so well done.
It was such a grinding, physical kind of match. Did he give you any openings at all?
Well, I try my best in every moment. These kind of matches are very difficult, brings your body to the limit. I think I try to play aggressive, but you know, he always makes a fantastic comeback. So, you know, that's tennis. I tried my best. I'm happy about what I did. I ran it to every ball. I fight until the last ball. This year I lost a lot of finals against him. I have to accept I won a lot in the past, and the only thing that I can do is try my best in every day, try to keep improving, and for sure I will come back next year and try my best.
And now, on behalf of the USTA, John Bogosian will present the finalist trophy. Two things.
Well, I don't want to forget to say thank you very much, all the volunteers, all the ball boys, all the sponsors, and especially thank you very much to the crowd, because what you made me feel these 2 weeks, you know, I arrived here in a not an easy situation after a hard summer, but I go back from here with high motivation, high illusion, so thank you very much for the support. And I don't want to forget a memory from the 9/11 from yesterday. You know, that's a hard day yesterday for everybody, but keep going, and all the best for the victims of the families. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafa. And now our champion, Novak Đoković. You saved 2 match points against Roger. You played a warrior tonight in Rafa. What does it mean for you under these circumstances to win your first US Open championship?
Well, it really sounds unreal. It's incredible feeling. I had an amazing year and it keeps going. But every time I play Rafa, it's a big challenge, and I want to congratulate him on a great tournament again. I wish that we have many more tough matches in upcoming years, and his team, of course. But most of all, I want to say first, just want to add what Rafa said, to give my compassion to the people of 9/11, and our hearts are with us. This is more important than a sport. You know, we are playing sport, it's great, we are enjoying, but we cannot even realize how lucky we are to live and to be able to do something that we love. So, all our support.
Thank you, Novak.
Just want to repeat Rafa's words and thank all the people who participated in the organization of this great event. This is one of the 4 strongest events in our sport, and it's absolute pleasure to be a part of the very few players that have been winning, you know, throughout the history of this trophy. And I wouldn't do it without my team that I love and respect so much. Thank you, guys, and my girlfriend, my coaches, my physio, my fitness coach, my friends. My uncle has a birthday today, so happy birthday. This is for you. And last but not least, thank you guys for making this tournament very special. I really look forward coming back here next year.
And now with the winner's check for $1.8 million from Mercedes-Benz, Michael Cantanucci. And because you were the runner-up in the Olympus US Open Series, you receive an additional bonus of $500,000, bringing the total to $2.3 million.
Just want to say back home to Serbia, to my parents and my brothers that are not here, love you, kisses.
And now with the trophy presentation, once again, John Bogosian on behalf of the USTA.
You wonder how many more times he will lift the trophy. He's the man to beat going into 2012. There's no doubt about that. Everybody's going to have to raise their game and their minds to challenge Novak Djokovic.
He's a man for the moment, isn't he? Comes up with the right tennis shots, comes up with the right words, even comes up with the right cap. The fire department of New York. What a year. What a guy. What a champ.
Well, it's taken a while to get to the end, Fru, but it's been a wonderful journey in many ways. This tournament has experienced some highs, some lows, some extraordinary tennis, no more so than in that final for the best part of it. Hope you've enjoyed the ride with us.
It's put a wonderful shine on the tournament, which desperately needed something like that. There are going to be some very serious post-mortems, I imagine, after this tournament. But certainly the men's final has helped immensely to remind us what an important event it is.
So congratulations to Novak Djokovic, just the 6th man in the Open era to win 3 majors in a calendar year. It was just the French, the loss against Federer in the semi-final, that has put the only blemish on what has been an outstanding year, one of the best of all time in any sport. Match point tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central European time. That's it from New York for another year. We thank you as always for your company. Hope you've enjoyed it, because we have had a ball. Congratulations to Sam Stosur and Novak Djokovic, champions in New York 2011.